We'll be out of recess, and I call the Senate to order. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, Father Demetrios Costarakis.
If we can please pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, now and forever, into the ages of ages. Amen. Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator Avard is excused for the day. We have the introduction of guests, and I'm going to ask Senator Ricciardi to come forward with her guests. Do you want to bring them all up?
Should I start to see the names?
Yep, bring them up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd love our guests to come forward and be up here with me. I'd like to mention that we have His Eminence, Metropolitan Methodius of Boston. Welcome. Please come forward. We have the Honorable Simon Tegos, Consul General of Greece in Boston. We have the Honorable Senator Lou Rapatakis, President of the World Hellenic Inner Parliament. We have the Regional Commander for the Archons of the Patriarch, Costarakis. Christos Christofides, Archon of the Patriarch. Marie MacArthur, St. George Greek Orthodox Cathedral. Father Andrew Otto, Assumption Greek Orthodox Church. Tim Giotis, St. George Greek Orthodox Cathedral. Jim Lapoulos, St. George Greek Orthodox Cathedral. Dick Anagnost, Demetria, his wife. Barbara Christofides. We welcome all of you. So to And I can't forget George Kapatis. He is our Commissioner of the New Hampshire Employment Security. How could I forget you? And Commissioner of Education, Frank Edelblue. So we have a wonderful proclamation. This is a really big day for the Greek community. Before I present the proclamation, I'd like to say a few words to help you all understand what this day truly means. So, Madam President, fellow senators, and honored guests, as someone of Greek heritage and of Greek Orthodox Christian, this moment means a great deal to me. This isn't just a ceremonial proclamation. It's a statement of principle, a stand for religious freedom, human rights, dignity, and the right for all people to worship without fear or discrimination. For those who may not be familiar, the Ecumenical Patriarch located in Constantinople, Turkey, is the spiritual center for over 300 million Orthodox Christians all around the world. It has stood for nearly 2,000 years, a symbol of faith, resilience, and peace. It is one of the oldest continuous functioning religious institutions in the world. Today, it is led by His All-Holiest Patriarch Bartholomew, a man of deep faith who has dedicated his life to building bridges among people of all faiths. He has received the Congressional Gold Medal for his efforts to bring together leaders of all Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faiths in the name of peace, tolerance, and mutual understanding. His leadership has inspired unity, and yet the very church he leads faces discrimination, threats, and unjust restrictions. The Turkish government refuses to recognize the Patriarch's international status. The government has closed the historical Halkiki Seminary, a historical theological school that once trained future leaders of our faith. It has restricted and limited the church's ability to choose its own leaders. It has confiscated church property, imposed harsh and unfair taxes on charities like the Baluchi Hospital, which serves the elderly, all because of their Orthodox Christian faith. This is not just a Greek issue. It's not just a religious issue. It is a human rights issue. If we believe in freedom of all religion for all, then we must speak out when that freedom is denied. With this proclamation, the New Hampshire stands in solidarity with voices around the world, urging the government of Turkey to restore religious freedom, to reopen the seminary, to stop interfering in church affairs, and to respect the rights of one of the world's oldest religious institutions. As a baptized member of the Greek Orthodox Cathedral, I carry this responsibility with love and conviction. And as an American and an elected member of this great body, I believe it is our duty to speak out when those who seek peace are met with injustice. And with that, I would love to give you the proclamation. His Eminence. We hold it and take a little picture if that's okay. And a couple other announcements. I want to tell you that stay tuned for next session, because I'm going to be doing legislation that will have New Hampshire become part of the Trade Council with Greece. And we have a staff member that is here from Governor Pappas's office, and he would like to say a few words if you'd like to come up.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Obviously, I'm not Congressman Pappas, but I'll have to make do with just me. I have a letter from the congressman that he would like me to share with you. Dear honorable members of the New Hampshire Senate and friends, thank you so much for inviting me to today's ceremony. While I regret that I cannot be with you all here in person, I applaud the New Hampshire Senate for keeping this issue alive and reminding us of the struggle of the ecumenical patriarchate and the Orthodox Christian Church continue to suffer under the repressive policies of the Turkish government. The Orthodox Christian community has existed in what is modern-day Turkey for thousands of years as a key leader for the church and in promoting generations of religious coexistence. The ecumenical patriarchate serves as a religious, political, communal, and international leader for both Christians and non-Christians alike, preaching religious tolerance, condemning extremists, and helping to protect and celebrate the Orthodox Christian community across the globe, including more than 2 million members in the United States. Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, like his predecessor since 1543, continued to reside in Istanbul, fighting to protect the church's community in Turkey and traveling across the world to defend the religious freedom of the church and religions apart from his own. Despite the church's long history and global reach, however, for decades, the Turkish government has systematically upended the practice of religious tolerance and acceptance for Orthodox Christians that live and practice their faith within Turkey. And these discriminatory policies reverberate to members of the church outside the country's borders as well. Turkey's actions against the domestic and global Orthodox Christian community include maintaining a decades-long prohibition on the operation of the theological school in Halki, preventing the church from maintaining new generations of Orthodox Christian clergy out of this historic site. It requires any individual to hold the office of ecumenical patriarchate to be a Turkish national, Despite generations of discriminatory policies that have shrunk the once vibrant Turkish national, shrunk the once vibrant community of Orthodox Christians in the area to less than 3,000 across the country today. Turkey has implemented policies to further erode the church's institutions and Orthodox Christians from practicing their faith by confiscating the ecumenical patriarchate's property, placing a retroactive tax on the church's charities, and diminishing the community's longstanding presence by defining the church as a minority religion. As a proud Greek American and a co-chair of the Hellenic Caucus, I have met Ecumenical Patriarchate several times and find myself continuously inspired by the Patriarchate's long commitment to the church, leadership promoting religious coexistence and understanding, and fighting for religious freedom with and without the church. I support this important resolution and thank the New Hampshire Senate for considering it. It endorses a simple idea that all nations should uphold and safeguard religious human rights for all, that this freedom should extend to empowering faith's adherents to follow their religion and its leaders to build and strengthen their communities, and that states that profess to respecting those rights cannot simultaneously discriminate against and systematically undermine the leader of the faith and its ability to function. Thank you again to the New Hampshire Senate for considering this important historical resolution, and I look forward to continuing my work in Congress to ensure religious freedom both at home and abroad.
Thank you. Get in, President.
Thank you. Thank you. The Senate will be in recess for 5 minutes. Come out of recess. We were in the process of the introduction of guests. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, it's my great honor to introduce retired Dover police officer Michelle Murch, who also served in the Attorney General's Drug Task Force. But I especially want to introduce her because she was the head of the Dover Mounted Patrol. And I can't quite see if the retired other officer, CJ the horse, is up there, couldn't maybe quite make it. But I understand age 22 that CJ is a Group 2 member, okay? So let's remember retirement benefits for the horses as well. But welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. I recognize Senator Abbas for a guest.
Madam President, from Salem, Animal Control Officer O'Brien's here. She's the Secretary of the New Hampshire Animal Control Officers Association. She's on the Governor's Commission of the Humane Treatment of Animals, and at one time even served as the Senate page many years ago when she was in the Girl Scouts. And her mother is also a state representative in the other chamber. So please give her a round of applause.
I also have a few guests to introduce. I'd like Chief Tad Dion from Hudson Stand, as well as Jana McMillan, who is also with the police department. Thank you for being here with us today. And I would also like our page to come up here. Please come up. Our page today is Ipeksu Yusel. She's 18 years old, and she's in senior in high school. She goes to the Dairyfield School in Manchester. Her favorite subjects are history and international relations, and I think she got a nice little bit of an introduction to international relations this morning. She has a number of extracurricular activities. Ballet. She is the student body president. She is an ESL tutor for refugee children. She's involved in school admissions. She's an ambassador. She's a retail associate. She's an intern for Turn Up Activism. She's a student dance teacher and choreographer. And in her spare time, she volunteers. Her future in welcoming our page for today. Way to go. I also have a resolution presented to Ipeksu Yusel by the Senate of the State of New Hampshire. This is to acknowledge your visit to the New Hampshire Senate and to express the hope that your interest in the affairs of government will continue. Only through the patriotic participation of good citizens can the fundamental freedoms of America be preserved. Thank you very much for being here today. Are there any further introduction of guests? Okay, seeing none, the first bill that we are going to take up is House Bill 511, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 511, an act relative to cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 511 FN ought to pass. House Bill 511 FN requires law enforcement agencies in the state of New Hampshire to comply with immigration detainers and prohibits interference or impedance of such enforcement from local government entities. Any investigation into individual status must be subsequent to a violation of state law. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary in finding HB 511 FN ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President. If I might speak to the bill.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be brief. I've talked about this for hours on this floor in the last 3 or 4 years. It's a different bill than mine. Our House, you're going to see our version of this in probably about a half hour, if I've timed it properly. But I'm predicting at 12:30, now that we get out at 12:30, so I'm going to be very brief. Mayorkas last year, on the chairman of the Homeland Security, reported that there were 650,000 known criminal illegal aliens in the country. They're roaming free in the U.S., including 15,000 convicted, charged with murder, 20,000 of sexual assault, 100,000 of assault and battery, 60,000 burglaries, 126,000 traffic and DUI offenses, 17,000 weapon offenses, 3,400 kidnappings, and 4,000 commercial sex offenses. Doesn't include ones that have evaded law enforcement. It does include one we had in Nashua. A young girl named Julie Gratian was killed by a Honduran who had come back several times after he was deported. We don't want these things to happen in our state. The problem is these people were not properly vetted at the border. So in the 15 to 20 million illegal aliens that we have in our country, mostly who are probably very good people, they haven't been vetted though, so they're mixed in with a large quantity of people who come from prisons and other places. And so we want to protect the streets of New Hampshire. And it's one funny note, I'll just go off to a couple small tangents. One was that the U.S. border now, since they've put basically said the border's closed under Donald Trump, we now have 90%. We've went from in the mid 20,000s coming every month to 2 to 2,500. So when you send a message out that a country or a state border is closed, it seems to be effective from what we've seen. I've had towns come to our committee and testify. Peterborough is one that stands out in my mind. And they were like, we want to protect, we don't want to comply, we don't want to work with people from the feds. And the problem is that they said, why can't you just let Peterborough alone? Let us do what we want. The problem is there's neighboring towns and the whole state is open to these people. So if they have unvetted people, like there was a mass murder a couple years ago in Rye that we've talked about, and if you have people like that in your community, there's no border stopping them from leaving Peterborough. The whole state then is open and at risk. And I'm going to keep it really short today, and that'll be about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Reardon.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 511. Like all of us here, I believe in the rule of law. I believe in fairness, due process, and human dignity. And I'm deeply concerned about the policies and practices that seem to sidestep these principles. Do we want to live in a country where people are held in jail without a judicial warrant? Is it concerning to see individuals targeted or detained simply for speaking out or exercising their rights? I don't think someone's immigration status should be changed or threatened simply because they demonstrated and shared their opinion. We've seen cases where international students have been detained, held in facilities far from where they live and study, and separated from their communities. How terrifying are these actions? And they don't just affect individuals. They send a chilling message to all of us about what can happen when you speak up. The use of ICE detainers is a major concern. They're not signed by judges and too often have resulted in people being detained who are not actually deportable, including immigrants who are lawfully here, didn't just walk over the border, and even U.S. citizens. And that's not just a mistake. It's a breakdown of the system meant to protect everybody's rights. Let's be clear, no human being is illegal. People may lack documents, but that does not strip them of their humanity, dignity, or their right to fair treatment and due process. We're seeing families separated, U.S. citizens being deported, people sent to detention centers far from home, and some people return to countries that they don't even know that they don't come from, where they face real danger. Many of these individuals come here as children, have built their lives here, their families are here, and we separate those families. That causes a lasting trauma and heartbreak, not only to those people, but it has a recognizable impact on our community, as you heard, the community of Peterborough. As a state, we should not be asked to take the responsibilities or bear the costs, that I have repeatedly made that point here on the Senate floor, that lead to such outcomes. Communities like ours should not be put in the position of enabling mass deportations or detentions that go against our values and ignore our legal and social systems. We all want safe and strong communities, but that safety must be rooted in justice and compassion. We must uphold due process, protect civil liberties, and ensure that our immigration system treats people with respect, because in the end, the way we treat our most vulnerable says a lot about who we are. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I have Senator Waters for a question of.
Senator from District 15, please.
Yes.
And thank you for taking my question. You know, since we really probably have the best police departments in the country because of their respect for the rule of law and also their community policing, do we have any assurance in passing this bill that our police will not be required to participate in warrantless searches or to violate due process?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I will say not only do we not have assurances that won't happen, but we have seen the outcome of those police departments that have made lots of hard work and inroads into communities where police aren't always respected, that being deteriorated because of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Madam President.
Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. I recognize Senator Birdsall to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2016, I co-sponsored a House bill along with the good senator from District 12 and then Rep. Sullivan to prohibit sanctuary cities in New Hampshire. We've had the same debate almost every year since, so I'll be brief. This legislature has never given local officials the authority to ignore federal laws or to direct our police departments to shield illegal immigrants from federal immigration officials. When federal authorities present an immigration detainer, New Hampshire police departments should honor that and not help illegal immigrants evade the law. I never thought this would be controversial. I never thought it would take us nearly a decade to get this through, but I'm glad we can finally assure our constituents that we will not have sanctuary cities in New Hampshire. I urge my Senate colleagues to support OTPA on House Bill 511 and send it to the governor. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Lang, seconded by Senator McGue. We have some other folks who'd like to speak. Senator Abbas wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Now, listen, some people question the American dream and what it has to offer today. But the biggest thing is, if you want to live the American dream and you want to immigrate to this country, we ask that you respect our country's laws and immigrate to this country legally. That's how it needs to be done. Now, the state and local municipalities regularly work with federal law enforcement officers when it comes to drug enforcement and executing federal warrants. So there is that working relationship already that exists. Yet when it comes to the issue of immigration, some communities want to just turn a blind eye. Well, if you have a large number of illegal immigrants come to a community, I don't know a single community in this state that has the resources or the infrastructure set up to handle a large amount or a large influx of illegal immigrants coming to their community. We keep hearing about housing, and every time we have a bill involving this topic, I bring up the housing crisis. Where is the housing? No one has answers for this. What we're going to say here is in New Hampshire, we're going to support lawful immigration and not illegal immigration. And I think that this sends a clear message to that, and it allows our law enforcement to do their job. And an example, and this is the very egregious example of a sanctuary city going afoul just in Massachusetts. You had someone arrested who was an illegal immigrant for sexually assaulting an adult who had developmental disabilities. Well, ICE made an attempt to pick that person up on a detainer. However, because it was a sanctuary city, they did not wait for ICE to get there, and that sexual predator was then let back into the public. That's an example of what happens when you have sanctuary policies. That doesn't support public safety. It makes law enforcement's job more difficult, and I think we can all agree that's a bad policy if you can allow that to happen. So please join me and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Perkins-Coca for a question of.
Question of my colleague from District 15, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for taking my question. Were you aware that there has been ample peer-reviewed research that shows that there's a much lower likelihood of any of the folks who come into our country committing crimes than those who were born here?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, I am aware of that, and I think we all have sensational stories that all end up with a criminal charge. Crimes are crimes. They are not specific to immigration, and our local police are totally capable and every day arrest people who are committing crimes. We're not against that. We're talking about immigrants that are here legally, sometimes in these cases, who are just not receiving a fair process and ending up deported. Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Sullivan for a question of.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for my colleague in District 22. Thank you for taking my question. Is it true that because of the border policies of the previous administration, we have so many people that entered illegally that we cannot vet who is here to seek refuge and who is here to do us harm?
That's correct. Under the last administration, more people entered this country illegally than the entire population of the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. And I recognize Senator Gannon for a question of.
22. Senator, I'm intrigued by what our good friend from 21 said. She was bringing up there are polls and there are numbers, and I always hear this argument that illegal aliens do less crime than American citizens. But my thoughts are that I am aware that some judges, and some have been arrested and are being charged federally for letting them out the back door, for not charging them because they're aware of what will happen if ICE is outside, so they're playing games. Are there something like that going on with these statistics?
So I haven't seen that exact survey, but any illegal alien or illegal immigrant that enters this country illegally is breaking the law. So I think in that case, it's a 100% violation of the law versus a study saying that one's more likely than the other.
Thank you.
Senator Fenton is recognized for a question of.
Colleague from District 15. Yeah, thank you for taking my question. My police force in Keene, I think we're down 6 or 7 officers right now. Now, would this bill take away from their duty protecting our local citizens and, saturation patrols, things like that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang has a question of.
District 19.
All right.
Senator, I have a simple question. Will by passing this bill, make it safer for law enforcement because they can cooperate with our federal immigration law enforcement organizations so they know when they're in the community and when they're going to be executing either warrants or activities? Does this bill make it safer for our law enforcement here in New Hampshire?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Lang, seconded by Senator McGue. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard is excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it by a total of 15 to 8. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay, we are now going to take up the concurrences. So without objection, the clerk shall read the first House message and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read. Yep.
Madam President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the passage of the following entitled bill with an amendment, in the passage of which amendment the House asks the concurrence of the Senate. Senate Bill 19, relative to hotel motel operations.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Sorry. Senate Bill 78, relative to the Zoning Board of Adjustments appeal period.
Senator Innes moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 78. Is there any discussion? Senator Murphy?
2-minute recess, please.
Sure. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Out of recess. And without objection, we will take up Senate Bill 78 on another date. Okay? Senator Murphy, you would like to have introduction of some guests?
Madam President. Madam President, please recognize and welcome the 4th grade class from Henry Moore School in Candia.
Okay. We are on Senate concurrences, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 292 FNA relative to the aid to school districts for the cost of special education.
Senator Murphy recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 292. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 105, enabling towns to adopt budget caps.
Senator Gray recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 105. Is there any discussion? Senator Long?
Madam President, my concern, Madam President, is the municipalities that have currently adopted by a 3/5 vote adopted tax caps, and to override takes 50% in one. This bill changes that to also a 3/5. Would they have to re-vote on their tax cap, or would this automatically 3/5 be adopted? Would have to be adopted by them. I don't know who could answer that question. But
Is there any further discussion on the concurrence with the House on amendment for Senate Bill 105? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Okay, a roll call has been requested. Is there a second? Senator Rosenwald requests a seconds the roll call. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 235, enabling funds from the Pittman-Robertson Act to be spent by the Fish and Game Department in threatened and endangered species in New Hampshire, allowing the Fish and Game Department to collect donations at sites approved by the Executive Director.
Senator Pearl recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 235. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 32, relative to Fish and Game Commission.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 32. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 95, relative to youth recreation camp cabins and the state building fire codes.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 95. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 138, relative to record requests by healthcare providers.
Senator Rochford recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 138. Is there any discussion?
Roll call, Madam President.
Senator Altshuler has requested a roll call. Senator Fenton has seconded. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochford.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a total of 15 to 8. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 58 FN relative to venue criminal prosecutions of distribution of controlled drug death resulting.
Senator Gannon recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 58. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 62 relative to law enforcement participation in a federal immigration program and relative to cooperation with federal immigration authorities.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 62. Is there any discussion? Just for 2 minutes. The Senate will be out of recess. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just read this again. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Okay, Senate Bill 62, relative to
Yes.
law enforcement participation in a federal immigration program relative to cooperation with the federal immigration authorities.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 62. Is there any discussion? Senator, do you recognize Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam President. For the past several years, I have introduced legislation to prohibit sanctuary cities in New Hampshire. By agreeing to House Amendment on SB 62, we will finally complete this journey. SB 62 combines provisions from two bills I sponsored this year. First, it ensures New Hampshire towns and counties may participate in the federal 287 programs, increasing cooperation between federal, state, and local enforcement on our immigration laws. It also authorizes county correctional facilities to hold individuals subject to ICE detainers for up to 48 hours in order to ensure that they are taken into federal custody. It explicitly authorizes counties to seek agreements with federal authorities to be reimbursed. We should not allow New Hampshire to face the cost of sanctuary policies that have proven so costly to such communities as Massachusetts and New York. I urge my Senate colleagues to concur with the House amendment and send 62 to the governor. Let's send a message across the state and across this country that New Hampshire will never become a sanctuary for illegal immigrants. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reardon is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise again with an issue that we talked about a few weeks ago, and it was the downshifting of the costs to the counties when, in fact, these detentions take place. It could be through weekends and holidays that they're required to keep detainees at the cost until the ICE authorities come and pick them up. As a state, as I've said before, it should be the federal government responsibility, not the cost of the local taxpayers in the cities and towns of New Hampshire who, in fact, pay those county costs. The ICE detainers are a major concern. They're not signed by judges. We just had this conversation. Sometimes the people aren't even people who are deportable, and sometimes even U.S. citizens. Aside from criminal detainees, a whole nother subject, these are folks that may even, in fact, be here lawfully. If they're not here lawfully, then there's a criminal charge and they will be detained. But I encourage my colleagues to vote to non-concur. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsall is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So after debating the sanctuary cities for the past decade, this should be our final vote on the matter. I want to thank the good senator from District 23 for taking the lead on this issue for the past few years and pushing this bill finally to the finish line. Senate Bill 62 combines two bills that have already passed the Senate. It will work in conjunction with House Bill 511, which just received the final approval to finally prohibit sanctuary cities in New Hampshire. Our immigration problems started at the border but have spread to all 50 states. Sanctuary policies allow criminals to evade our immigration laws and then commit more crimes. This has to stop. I urge my Senate colleagues to concur with the House amendment and send Senate Bill 62 to the governor for signature. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Is there any further discussion on the Senate concurrence with the House amendment on Senate Bill 62? Okay. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Wherever my glasses are. Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Yes. Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a total of 15 to 8. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 258, establishing crimes related to fraudulent use of gift cards.
Senator Gannon recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 258. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senate Bill 153, relative to expedited driveway permitting of major entrances for residential use of 20 units or greater in the time frame for approval or denial of permit applications.
Senator Ricciardi recommends that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 153. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs from the House. Next, we're going to go to the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. House Bill 225 from the Committee of Commerce by Senator Innes. House Bill 276 from the Committee on Commerce by Senator Ricciardi. House Bill 235 from the Committee on Education by Senator Altschiller. House Bill 324, the Committee on Education by Senator Altschiller. House Bill 361 from the Committee on Education by Senator Birdsall. House Bill 677 from the Committee on Education from Senator Rochford. House Bill 67 from the Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs by Senator Gray. House Bill 151 from the Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs by Senator Gray. House Bill 118 from the Executive Departments and Administration Committee by Senator Rebecca Perkins-Coker. House Bill 616 from the Committee on Judiciary by Senator Pearl. House Bill 612 from the Committee on Transportation by Senator Gannon. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, from the Committee on Children and Family Law, House Bill 560, the Committee on Education, House Bill 677, from the Committee on Health and Human Services, House Bill 63. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to Thursday, June 5th, 2025. The Committee on Education, House Bill 361, Health and Human Services, Health Bill 701, and House Bill 712. The Committee on Judiciary, House Bill 188, and Transportation, House Bill 612. Without objections, House Bill 649 will be special ordered to the end of the day. I have 649. Nope, see?
Oh, 649?
Yep. Can we just check and make sure that's correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Just to clarify, that's House Bill 649, the special ordered to the end of the day. Without objection, today's fiscal report is adopted. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. Fiscal note bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance. House Bill 123 is re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We're now moving on to the regular calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred, House Bill 132 FN, an act relative to liability for familial support under RSA Chapter 165A to assisted persons. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I I move House Bill 132 FN ought to pass with amendment. The bill was intended to repeal the liability for familial support under Chapter 165. The bill eliminated the requirement that a relative must support any family relation that is poor and in an unfortunate situation. The Children and Family Law Committee thought this statute was outdated and unnecessary, which is why we amended the bill to repeal RSA 165-19, as well as RSAs 166-12 and 166-24. The amendment 2025-2046S gives families the freedom to choose whether or not to support a family member that they may or may not have contact with. I ask the Senate to join me in the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on HB 132 FN. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2025-2144S, and it was brought to the committee's attention after the vote that there was something that we needed to address, and this amendment does state that a city, town, or county can retrieve costs related to burial from a city or town. So if a county has taken on the expense and responsibility of bringing a body back to a city or town, or taken on those expenses, they still have the opportunity to retrieve those costs from the city or the town.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam.
Is there any discussion on the floor amendment number 2144? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 2144. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 132 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 577, an act relative to modifying the definition of ADUs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-1. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 577 ought to pass. This bill would expand accessory dwelling units, otherwise known as ADUs, by right to include detached units, add definitions related to ADUs, and increase their maximum square footage. Currently, regulations for ADUs vary greatly between municipalities. This bill would remove confusion, promote uniformity, and it would reduce unnecessary barriers. These changes create additional living space for families, aging relatives, caregivers, recent college graduates, or individuals in lower income brackets. ADUs help to increase affordable housing without requiring additional infrastructure or land development. Under this bill, septic systems would still need to meet those standards set by the Department of Environmental Services. Boundary setbacks, permits, and building codes would also apply. For these reasons, the majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 577. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Fenton.
President, I rise to introduce Amendment 2162S, and I'd love to speak about it.
You may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce this amendment, which makes several important changes, and I'm happy to walk you all through them, but I have a feeling I can read the room pretty well today. But just to walk you guys through briefly, just about this amendment and where I stand on this. We've seen a lot of these housing bills come through, and I voted for the majority of them. I think they've come through very fast, very furious, and I'd rather see a more scalpel approach to this instead of a hammer. And I think this amendment really kind of meets in the middle, doesn't give every one of what they want. It's compromise. Compromise is not a dirty word. I prefer it. But in this bill, so just to run through it real quick, the amendment, folks, keeps attached, not physically connected. It updates the language that could be misinterpreted, restores local control via permits, reinstates manufactured housing language, clarifies building permit requirements, parking requirements, aesthetic standards for ADUs. It repeals a separate law for detached ADUs so that we combine it into one statute for clarity. Delays the effective date to June 1st, 2026, which gives municipalities a little bit more time to work on this. And also works with the conditional use permit. You know, Keene is building ADUs right now. We have them, they work. You know, I have a very interesting district where I got Keene and I'm surrounded by a bunch of other little towns. And sometimes these little towns want a little bit more control over how these ADUs are built. And I think this is a very good compromise that meets in the middle where, you know, the ADU folks are getting a little what they want. The municipalities are giving a little bit of what they want, and I think that's truly what this chamber is about, is where we can make this work and meet in the middle. So I'd love your support on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the question on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2162? Senator Reardon to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise although in support of House Bill 577, not the changes made by the amendment. As we know, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. There's no one single solution. ADU legislation is probably a small but somewhat impactful step in the right direction. It's important to understand the measure is not expected to result in widespread change with ADUs popping up all over every neighborhood. And for all the reasons that my colleague from District 7 said, all of the need for housing, it's another way to access housing in communities where people already live and contribute. So at a time when we're working to reduce unnecessary regulatory barriers in the housing market, it's important we don't unintentionally add new ones. And this legislation, as originally drafted, the House Bill 577 before you, moves us towards a more flexible, thoughtful housing market that meets the needs of the real people living there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2162. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. The bill is still on. No, it isn't. Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of what to pass on House Bill 577. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The committee will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 639 FN, an act relative to the use of disputes and over blockchain and digital currencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill has no recommendation by a vote of 3-3. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move re-refer. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of re-refer to committee on House Bill 369. Are you ready for the question? Senator McGue wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd hoped we'd be able to pass this bill today and get it signed into law, but realizing that that's probably not the will of the body right now, and Senator Avard is not here today, so I'll fill in for him with story time. A friend of mine, a really good mentor technology friend of mine, once told me a story. He said, Tim, there's going to be this thing called the WWW, the World Wide Web. And I looked at him like, well, what could that possibly be? He said, well, you've got to get an email address and a whois registration. That was the early domain registration. And it's going to be great. It's going to change the world. And that was probably in about 1992. And I thought, geez, putting all your personal information online, it's a little scary. So I was a little bit afraid. But I think back those 20-some years ago, and I'm really glad I listened to him, because I think the internet has generally made it a better place. That was technology revolution. Could you imagine if we prohibited internet servers in New Hampshire and data centers as we know them today from being here? running powerful computers to solve equations that end in blockchain currency wealth will not end the world, will not be bad for our economy. We should work on this bill over the summer, come to a positive solution, and bring young entrepreneurs, attract technical talent, and send a message that New Hampshire is the great place to do business, we all know it is, and become that technology haven, and maybe even attract usage for some of that dormant commercial space. Wouldn't that be great for our commercial realtors and commercial real estate owners? So fear not, local residents. Municipalities can adopt all the noise ordinances you want. Maybe we'll even start thinking about that over the summer as we work on this bill. You can even charge a premium for your water supply, and don't worry, our electric rates are already plenty high. In fact, some of these electric users will actually help balance the load on our critical grid infrastructure, and they might even prolong the life of some of the critical components in the transmission and delivery systems we have now and we rely on. So for years, New Hampshire has been a desirable location for businesses because of our high ratings as a good business climate. So I think the bill's ready to go, but I understand we need more time to convince all of my colleagues, and we'll take that time over the summer. So I'll ask my colleagues to support the chairman's recommendation on re-refer so we can keep this vital bill alive and bring it back even better early next year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fenton wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate us working on this bill, but I don't think we can work on this bill. I'm against the re-refer motion. We heard plenty of testimony of other states that had passed similar legislation and had undone it, actually. Arkansas is one of them. There was noise level concerns, energy usage concerns, health issues with livestock, just so much into this bill, and I think that's why the committee was deadlocked on us, is that this bill isn't ready for prime time, and I don't believe a re-refer is the correct motion because I don't think we can work on this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you,
again,
Senator.
You know?
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of re-refer to committee on House Bill 639. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 90FN, an act relative to the definition of part-time teachers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 90 FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, House Bill 90 defines a part-time teacher as an individual authorized to teach dual or concurrent enrollment courses in high schools that meet the same quality and rigor as those offered on a sponsoring college or university campus. These individuals may work up to 20 hours per week, must pass a criminal background check, and must be employed or contracted by a New Hampshire college or university system. This bill, the bill, provides additional flexibility to districts, particularly those with staffing challenges, while preserving educational quality and safety. I respectfully ask for your support of the Senate Education Committee's recommendation on ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 90. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. So some information came forward after we had the executive session on the committee amendment. So I am going to ask my colleagues to vote down the committee amendment, but I fully support the merit of the original bill. Thank you, Madam
Senator.
President.
Wish to speak? Yes. And Senator Waters wants to speak too.
Great. Colleagues, I'd ask you to continue your support, or hopefully you'll continue to support the committee's recommendation on ought to pass as amended, and I want to talk about the committee amendment. And just a very brief moment of history here, and I still can't even believe I can say that I've been standing here for 5 years. And for 3 of those years, we've been talking about how to work with the potential of part-time teachers. And I believe it may be my colleague from District 7 that first came forward with the idea, the proposal, that to meet the staffing challenges, especially in some of our smaller communities, we had what I would refer to as subject matter experts, those who were artists, who worked in computer programming, who had specialized skills, who would be able to give a limited amount of time to fill in a need in a community who didn't have that currently available for their students. But we've struggled with issues on exactly how many hours. We struggled on issues which we now agree on background checks. We've struggled around issues of should they have the same certification and licensure that a teacher, a full-time teacher in the school system, any school system would have. This bill 20, as amended, is one I can support where I've opposed the others because we've been able to hit all of those notes. But one that's very important to this is the dual or concurrent language. So these would be employees, again, of the university or college system that would be able to come into the schools, and they would be the subject matter expert that would teach this material. That would mean those students would get those credits that they could take with them to a community college within the university system in our state. And also because it meets the national standard, now we want our New Hampshire students to stay here. But if they went to another state, maybe somewhere in lovely New England, they could take this with them to, God bless whoever, God bless you. They would be able to take this with them and apply that to their transcripts towards their college education. I've said this once before, so it bears repeating. My stepsister Sarah and I were both dual and concurrent enrollment students when we were seniors in high school. Because of my father passed away when I was an infant. I had Social Security benefits that were going to run out unless I was enrolled in college. They allowed for us to go to the local community college so that we could get these credits, so that we could graduate from high school. But then I was able to take these with me to St. Michael's College in Vermont, where I went to school, and use those, apply them towards my transcript, ultimately to my graduation. Thankfully I didn't need them, but I had them. So we are hitting all of the high notes we've been talking about for the last 3 years, and we're providing this option. I think that's so important for these subject matter experts that come in. We know that they are properly prepared. It provides this dual track, and these students can apply this towards any university or college system in our state, and if, again, they should go someplace else, they can take it there. So I'd ask for your support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters.
President, I too rise in support of the committee amendment, and I want to bring a particular perspective of career and technical education to this. Dual and concurrent enrollment has been one of the great successes over the last few years to make sure that students, while they are in high school, can earn college credits and can, save their families up to a year of tuition if they take advantage of this. And we, one of the original impetuses for this was through career and technical education, because while a lot of career and technical education centers, when you graduate from high school, you get the credential that you need to go into an apprentice program or go right into your trade. But for other ones, the idea is that you go on to the community college system and take a 1 or 2 year program. And that was one of the inspirations for the way we did do concurrent enrollment, and one of the reasons we got the funding to the community colleges and managed to deal with basically free tuition support for students in the high schools. It's a great program. This change proposed in the committee amendment, I think, is important to help the career and technical education side. I mean, this is the driver of our workforce development, is in career and technical ed, and we've done a lot over the last years to try to improve that system. What this does here, and I think the difference between the existing bill and the committee amendment, it says, where's the gatekeeper and who's the gatekeeper? Is the point that somebody decides you have to have a certain credential, and frankly, some people, coming into career and technical education are coming out of that profession, and they may not have gone the track of getting that credential, but they sure know how to teach their subject matter. So what the committee amendment does, it shifts it to saying, look, if you can teach the college level course, you get to teach the college level course, not because you have a particular credential. Now, listen, I'm a retired college professor. I really believe in credentials. I spent my time getting my PhD, Dan, senator from district. We believe in credentials. But in this case, I think this is an important New Hampshire solution to decide that if you can teach the quality of the course, you get to teach in the CTE, and you get to have your students have that dual and concurrent enrollment credit. So I hope we can pass this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sullivan has a question of?
I do. I have had to look it up. I have a question for my colleague in District 5.
Yes.
I'd be happy to take the question.
Thank you. So without the committee amendment, does the bill still do all the wonderful things that you spoke about?
Without the committee amendment, yes, it does. It just doesn't do those key points that I think, as I've spoken about. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say once again, to put, Senator my colleague from District 4 has offered the gatekeeper perspective. I offer the flexibility for those students to have that dual or concurrent enrollment and move those credits forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Perkins Coker has a question of?
My colleague from District 5. Thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
Were you able to speak to the prime sponsor of this bill, and does he remain in support of the committee amendment?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I did speak with Representative Ladd to clarify that he was still in favor of this original amendment.
Thank you very much.
Okay, to bring everybody back, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. We've been asked to vote down the committee amendment so that a floor amendment, that another motion can be brought forward. Are you all ready for the question? Roll call. A roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Coker, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort. No. Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard's excuse. Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coker.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The ayes have it, the noes have it by a total of 9 to 14. So the committee amendment has failed? Okay. So the question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 90. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 394, an act relative to the powers and duties of cooperative school district budget committees and the role of cooperative school district board member representatives in such committees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 394 ought to pass. House Bill 394 clarifies the roles and responsibilities of cooperative school district budget committees. The bill ensures that these committees review and provide recommendations on all proposed warrant articles or supplemental appropriations involving the expenditure of funds. It also changes the role of the school board appointed representative on the Budget Committee to serve in a non-voting capacity, recognizing that they have already participated in the school board's budget process. These changes promote a clearer governance and accountability in cooperative school district budgeting. I respectfully ask for your support of the Senate Education's Committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 394. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Altschiller is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion of House Bill 394 because this bill is audacious. At the request of absolutely no one, it strips the voting rights away from an elected school board member assigned to also serve on a cooperative school budget committee. Then it goes on to trample the First Amendment rights of budget committee members by barring them from speaking about potential spending at any public meetings until the said budget committee meets, reviews, and makes a recommendation on a proposal. You can't even talk about it. So, no talking, no discussing, no workshopping, or otherwise mentioning appropriations at public meetings until it's reviewed at a different public meeting. The procedural gymnastics required to execute this proposal are Olympic qualifying. The prime sponsor didn't bother to show up to introduce the bill, nor reach out to the committee with support or explanations about the bill. So why are we passing legislation the prime and only sponsor doesn't support? Why are we passing legislation that adds more hoops for public school boards to jump through to do the business of running school districts? Why would we be considering taking away the vote of an elected school board member who also serves their community on a budget committee? I ask my colleagues to join me in voting down the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 394. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. At this point, I'm going to ask Senator Abbas to come up and take over for me for a few minutes. I'm just trying to get my shoes on. Well, uh-oh. Okay, hold on a second. You're still out. Getting my shoes on. I have some. Yep, we're waiting on you. Oh, God. All right, there you go.
Glad I'm here this time.
So you're just going to say the Senate attended to the clerk?
Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
I can't call you madam. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 676, an act relative to composition and responsibilities of the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission, and establishing an education freedom account impact in parent satisfaction surveys. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 676 be re-referred back to committee. House Bill 676 makes several changes to the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission, including clarifying its composition, quorum requirements, and duties. The bill also establishes 2 new surveys related to the Education Freedom Accounts EFA program, one to gather input from parents exiting public schools, and another to measure parent satisfaction with the EFA program. While the bill intends to improve transparency and feedback mechanisms within the EFA system, the Senate Education Committee determined that further work is needed to clarify implementation logistics, particularly with regard to data collection responsibilities and agency roles. I respectfully ask for your support of the committee's recommendation that House Bill 676 be re-referred back to committee for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is to re-refer to committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee recommendation to re-refer to committee on House Bill 676. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 699, an act relative to special education definitions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 699 ought to pass. House Bill 699 updates and expands state definitions related to special education to better align with federal standards under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The bill codifies terms such as acquired brain injury, approved educational environment, and specially designed instruction, and revises terminology to be more inclusive, such as replacing functionally blind with students with visual impairments. These changes aim to improve clarity, consistency, and oversight in special education services, while ensuring that instruction is delivered by appropriately certified professionals in a safe, approved setting. I respectfully ask for your support, for the support of the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 699. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass. And first of all, I do want to thank Representative Katab for bringing this bill forward, because I believe that its intent and the work that she has done, in a way, she is ahead of her time. My opposition to the bill is not about the clarity that it seeks to bring and the reinforcement of our special education system. My opposition to this bill is simply that there is a current audit underway by the LBA. It will be done at the end of the year. And my concern is that if we approve this and the audit does not come out, as has been reported, and I'll speak to that in a moment, by a member of the Department of Education staff, then we could have put in place parts of statute, enabling language for rules that then we are going to have to turn around and change. It's a form of whiplash. So again, I think that what Representative Katab and the House seeks to do here is very credible, but we may be 2 to 3 steps ahead. The Department of Education's representative, when questioned on this, said that they do get the opportunity to look at the provisions, the concerns that are being brought forward by the LBA, and respond to those provisions. So they have a sense, they have a belief, not what they know and not what they prove by their responses, that they are going to be able to hold the line with the language in this legislation. So what you think, what you know, and what you can prove are different. And the thing we can't prove, nor can the Department of Education at this time, is that this will indeed hold up. So I would prefer that I would ask that we vote down this recommendation so I can offer a re-refer to give the audit the time to be completed, to get the proof, the evidence from the LBA in front of us in full, in order to take the proper, what I believe is the best and most prudent course. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. Is there further discussion? Senator Sullivan, you're recognized to speak.
President, and yes, my colleague from District 5 is correct. The DOE did come before us and speak to this, but what they also said that they have received summaries of what is in this audit, and that they believe that this legislation supports the work that they need to get done. This gives them a leg up ahead of the full audit coming out and the additional steps that they will need to take. So I thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rosenwald, you are recognized to ask a question.
My colleague from District 5. Thank you for taking my question. Is it your understanding, as it is mine, that LBA performance audit is going to be like this thick and have about 100 observations?
Thank you for the question. It is my understanding that this is a thorough and robust, so it is a large audit. And again, as the senator from District 18, thank you, 18 has stated, they do have the initial observations, but we can't be assured until they sign on the dotted line that this is what those will actually prevail. And this is extensive, right back to the point of your question, an extensive audit. Thank you.
Thank you.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? The roll call has been made and seconded.
She's good.
So the question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 699. A roll call has been made. The clerk will now call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Yes. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard is excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson's excused. Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Abbas.
Yes.
The ayes have it, 14-8. The committee the motion of ought to pass is passed. It's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 768, an act allowing public schools to contract with any approved private school. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 768 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, House Bill 768 allows public school districts to contract with any approved non-public school, including religious schools, for the education of students in grades where the district does not operate a public school. The amendment updates outdated statutory language by replacing the term non-sectarian private with non-public to reflect the consistent terminology used elsewhere in state law. This bill brings state statute into alignment with recent U.S. Supreme Court rulings and existing law, while preserving local control and ensuring access to education in underserved areas. I respectfully ask for the support of the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 768. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altschiller.
After. Yeah.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion of House Bill 768. Language matters. House Bill 768 is a so-called tweak or housekeeping measure. It's not, though. This bill changes the words non-sectarian private school to non-public school. It's the last paragraph of RSA 193.3, which starts out with this: a duty to provide education. It shall be the duty of the school board to provide, at district expense, elementary and secondary education to all pupils who reside in the district until such time as the pupil has acquired a high school diploma or has reached the age of 21, whichever occurs first, or if the pupil is a child with a disability. We were told in committee that this is, and I quote, perfectly legal. And we were told it was perfectly legal because of the Supreme Court's ruling granting religious schools full unfettered access to public tax money in the Espinona versus Montana Department of Revenue case. But that's not entirely accurate, because Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in his majority opinion that the ruling does not require states to fund private schools. But once they do, they may not exclude religious schools, which is why intent and language matter. And this is yet another bill no one asked for. 11 people support it, and 173 people opposed it. Taxpayers oppose paying for religious indoctrination, and all efforts to chip away at the language that empowers it. This undermines what we really need in our education system right now, which is full funding of public school education for all Granite State students, which the New Hampshire courts have told us we are failing at. House Bill 768 is another slash in the present death by 1,000 cuts effort to kill public education. And I ask my colleagues to vote against the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Birdsall, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple bill, replacing the words non-sectarian private school with non-public school. In doing so, we are aligning New Hampshire law with the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. 3 times in recent years, the U.S. Supreme Court has made it clear that government programs open to private groups may not discriminate against religious institutions. We allow local district schools to contract with private schools. We cannot then discriminate against the inclusion of religious private schools. This does not require any school district to enter into any agreements. It merely brings our laws in line with the free expression and free exercise clauses of the First Amendment. A vote against this bill is a vote against the First Amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on HB 768. A roll call has been requested.
Thank you, Senator. That's fine. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator, I'm at the wrong one. Sorry, I need to start.
I'm just waiting my turn.
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which it was referred, House Bill 557, an act relative to the information that appears on the school budget ballot. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Madam President, I move House Bill 557 ought to pass with amendment. This bill seeks to allow greater transparency with regards to school budgeting. House Bill 557 will allow voters to have access to more concise and comprehensive information about the approval of school budgets, which would promote greater accountability and more informed decision-making. The bill would require school budget ballots to display information pertaining to the average cost per student, the teacher-to-administrator ratio, and the district's average daily enrollment over the last 5 years. The amendment adds some clarifying language for cost calculating, which is necessary for voter transparency. By passing House Bill 557, it would give voters the ability to observe school district changes and allow them to be informed on facts pertaining to student academic progression. I ask the Senate to join the Education Finance Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 557. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended motion on this bill. Much like some other education bills before us today, this bill aims to give a skewed perspective to influence school funding. By only including the proficiency level of the preceding year alongside cost per pupil, voters are getting very limited, targeted information. How are they to interpret these numbers? Voters would know nothing about how these proficiency levels have changed compared to previous years, for example, what the student body makeup is, or how they compare to statewide numbers. Any number less than 100% juxtaposed with a figure in the tens of thousands could influence voters not to adopt a school budget. This bill is inherently designed to influence voters against passing a school budget. And most of all, this is a distraction. Our state's not pulling its weight with funding our neighborhood schools. Instead of rigging ballots, we should be setting our cities and towns the support they constitutionally deserve. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to join me in voting no on the pending motion so I may bring forward another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 557. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Okay, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Senator Altshuler has seconded. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes. I think it's Lang this time.
What?
He said he thinks it's Lang this time.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard excused. Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon? No. Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes. The ayes have it by a total of 15 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred House Bill 718, an act requiring the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact of school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 718 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 718 requires the State Board of Education to review and report on the unfunded financial impact of school districts as a result of the adoption of rules that exceed state or federal requirements. This bill will allow school districts to have a better ability to plan their budgets. It does not change existing procedure, but rather asks the Senate and House be informed of rules and cost. The amendment takes the responsibility of review and reporting from the State Board of Education, moves it to the Department of Education, which is better suited to the task. This legislation, if passed, would greatly increase transparency within the state's educational system. I ask the Senate to join the Education and Finance Committee recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 718. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move Amendment 2080S. Last year, this body passed a bill that enabled the creation of a new school district, the Bridgewater, Heber, and Groton School District, and it was created by a vote of the three...
Senator Rosenwald has a point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam President, this amendment is not germane, and I believe it's out of order.
Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess for 2 minutes. This motion was a parliamentary inquiry, and in response, without objections, House Bill 718 will be special ordered to June 5th, 2025. Okay? And I recognize Senator Birdsall for the introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to welcome members of our New Hampshire National Guard, along with, wait a minute, along with military members of El Salvador, Cyprus, Israel, Paraguay, and Caledonia. Welcome to the U.S. State Senate. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. You ready? The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 771FN, an act relative to funding for open enrollment schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 771 ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides common sense changes so that the Department of Education can operate in the manner that it was intended. It changes how funding for open enrollment school is set and received. It would also require school districts to establish a line item in their operating budgets that reflects the expenditures on open enrollment tuition costs. The bill clarifies language in the existing RSA 194:D in ways that are consistent with prior Department of Education and state board rulings. The current law as it stands contains vague language which the education field has had a difficult time implementing due to a lack of clarity. Significant changes were made to current law to ensure that the sending district pays the receiving district. The sending district retains 20% of the cost per pupil. I ask the Senate to join the Education Finance Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 771. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, the bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald wishes to speak.
Very much, Madam President. I rise to oppose the ought to pass with amendment motion on this bill, and I do so for 2 reasons. First, it would allow open enrollment districts to cherry pick the students they choose to accept. And 2, it will raise property taxes. Let's look at these 2 issues separately. First, the cherry picking issue. There is an incentive built right into the bill for an open enrollment district to accept students from better paying districts. For example, a district like Jackson, which pays or spends $42,000 a year per student, would send $33,600. I got that off the Department of Education's website. I see the senator from District 19 staring at me. I didn't make this up, but a district like Jackson pays $42,000 per year per student. They would send $33,600 to a receiving district, while a district, let's say Bartlett, that pays $32,000 a year per student, $10,000 less, would send $25,600 to the receiving district, a difference of $8,000 per year per student. That's an enormous incentive for the receiving district to prioritize students from wealthier districts. Second, why will the bill raise property taxes, which Granite Staters are already screaming about? It's because the sending district is only allowed to keep 20% of their adequacy payments. Because almost all costs in a school district are fixed, covering things like buildings, teachers, utilities. If a student leaves and takes 80% of the state's funding with them, property taxpayers are left holding the bag for 20% of what the district's cost for them is. For Jackson or Bartlett, if they started losing students through open enrollment, we would certainly expect school costs per property taxpayer go up as they lose 80% of the state's contribution per student. So because this bill will lead to both cherry picking and increased property taxes, we should not pass it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended. The bill is on second reading. Okay. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. We did have Senator Murphy who would like to ask a question of.
Senator from District 7, please. Thank you, Senator, for taking the question. Is it true there is one open enrollment school in this state?
Yes, sir.
Follow up. Does anything in House Bill 771 require or encourage more districts to adopt open enrollment policies?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 771. A roll call has been requested. The clerk can call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Alice.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. At this point, we are going to recess for lunch. It is 25 after 12. I'd like to get people back here by 1:15 so we can finish up with the work for the day. As you know, Senate Judiciary is meeting after this, so we'd like to try to get them as close to 2 o'clock as we can. And I'm going to ask the Republicans to go upstairs to the conference room. The Senate is in recess. Will be attentive to the clerk. Excuse me, the Senate will be out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 217, an act relative to absentee ballots. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Perkins-Coker for the committee.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Oh, yes, me. Okay, I'm here. Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 217, inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 217 imposes stricter requirements on absentee registrants, which could disproportionately burden vulnerable groups such as the elderly, individuals with disabilities, and those with limited access to documentation, such as married women. HB 217 risks disenfranchising eligible voters and undermining fair access to voting, making it that much more difficult for individuals to exercise their fundamental right to vote. For these reasons, the Election Law Municipal Affairs Committee recommends this body vote HB 217 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. Since I was also at the hearing where we voted that inexpedient to legislate, the reason that many of the senators voted it to be inexpedient to legislate is because we've already passed the Senate bill, which is over in the House, which does essentially the same thing. And so the reason isn't for the same reasons as the good senator just did in her speech, but actually because we have already passed the Senate bill that does the same thing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 217. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 356, an act enabling school districts to adopt partisan school district elections. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Perkins-Coker for the committee.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 356, inexpedient to legislate. HB 356 would allow school districts to adopt partisan elections. The committee believes such elections could transform school boards into partisan battlegrounds, overshadowing local education issues. In contrast, nonpartisan elections encourage candidates to focus on practical, community-driven solutions, fostering collaboration and reducing polarization, thereby prioritizing education over politics. For these reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee recommends inexpedient to legislate on HB 356. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask the body to vote down the inexpedient to legislate so an additional motion can be made.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the... Okay, roll call has been requested. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 536. Senator Gray has risen, and he is... Okay, Senator Lang.
Madam President, if I know that this bill is an enabling statute that actually increases local control at the school district level, would I now vote no to the ITL motion so another motion could be made?
Okay. The question again is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 356. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The noes have it by a vote of 13 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. The floor is open for an alternative recommendation. Senator Lang?
I move ought to pass.
Okay, Senator Lang moves ought to pass. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 356. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 613, an act relative to enabling local political subdivisions to vote instead of reduced default budget option. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray?
Move to table.
Okay. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. And House Bill 613 is laid on the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 85FN, an act relative to temporary licensure for student respiratory therapists. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 85FN ought to pass as amended. This bill allows for temporary licensure of student respiratory therapists and authorizes the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, in consultation with the Advisory Board of Respiratory Care Practitioners, to adopt rules governing this temporary licensure. The committee heard testimony from New Hampshire Hospital Association that many states, including Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts, allow respiratory therapy students to work under a temporary license. Given the ongoing healthcare workforce shortage, the majority of the committee felt this was a reasonable way to increase access to care in the state. The committee amendment requires that the first 2 months of this temporary licensure are directly supervised by a licensed respiratory care practitioner. It also further clarifies that the scope of practice for the students is limited to those activities for which there is documented evidence of competency. The ED&A committee asks that you support the motion of ought to pass as amended, and if I might continue.
Yes.
So, colleagues, I'm going to ask you to vote down the committee amendment. We've had some concern about things that came up after we addressed this, and there will be a floor minute amendment that is coming. So I would ask you to vote down the committee amendment and give good consideration to the floor amendment that will be presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator McGue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer floor amendment 2025-2180S, and I'd like to speak to that.
Yeah, the numbers are wrong. Sorry, the numbers on that are wrong.
What was the number?
2025-2180S.
Okay.
I'd like to move off to
Sorry.
pass on that floor amendment.
Okay, yes, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So I rise first to thank my chairman and colleague, the senator from District 7, for his indulgence and time to fix this bill, and sincerely thank my colleague and friend, the senator from District 5, for her expertise and collaboration to get to this result, and certainly the gentle lady, the senator from District 13, for her input as well. I bet a lot of my colleagues have taken CPR before, and you probably remember at least this much, the ABCs. Well, the A and B is airway and breathing, and that's what the respiratory therapist handles, and very often when no one else can. So what's the problem? Well, we don't have enough respiratory therapists in New Hampshire, and we only have one program in our state that offers this vital training. So these are critical members of the cardiac arrest and the rapid response teams in our hospitals. In their training, they learn to manage airways, often difficult airways. They set up ventilators, draw arterial blood gas samples, and a wide variety of other really important treatments. But we have a shortage, like in many other healthcare disciplines. So I'm hoping that with passage of this student licensure, we will enable our hospitals to get first crack at the best and brightest, our potential employees to get a crack at employment, at gainful employment, after they've taken the first year of their program. They'll be able to apply for licensure and perform a subset of those skills. There'll be some rulemaking and oversight left to the board. And this will establish some very safe criteria, and they'll get a starter license and be able to begin working and get some income in a clinical setting and get hired right away. This will allow us to retain some of that staff here in state and hopefully keep them from crossing the river or crossing south of the border and taking care of our good folks. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting better health care and our New Hampshire hospitals by voting for this floor amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2180. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 85. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 282, an act increasing the maximum benefits for the first responders critically injured in the line of duty. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 8-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Madam President. I move House Bill 282 FN ought to pass. This bill increases the maximum total compensation paid to all claimants for first responders critical injury benefits from $500,000 to $1 million per biennium. The Senate's Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 282 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of the ought to pass motion. This bill puts New Hampshire more in line with benefits across the country. It increases the maximum benefits our critically injured first responders are entitled to. But of note, this bill does not automatically spend more money, nor does it automatically trigger higher costs for the state. While the cap on the maximum the total pool is increased, the maximum compensation per claimant remains the same. So by lifting the cap on total compensation for all claimants, that may or may not occur in any given year. What we do know, though, is that this is the right thing to do for brave Granite Staters who put their lives on the line to ensure our communities are safe. No critically injured first responder should be shut out from benefits they deserve because of an arbitrary cap. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. I urge my Senate colleagues to join me in voting yes on the ought to pass motion, and if there is a subsequent motion to lay this bill on the table, I would ask the body to vote no on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 282. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. A roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Fenton. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it by a total of 14 to 9. House Bill 282 is laid on the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 653 FN, an act establishing a pilot program within the Department of Education to implement alternatives to restraint and seclusion of students. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 8-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 653 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a pilot program within the Department of Education to develop an evidence-based practice model for alternatives to restraint and seclusion of students. The implementation of a new program would require a new staff member to administer. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 653 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 653. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray ayes for motion.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted, and the bill is laid on the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 731 FN, an act relative to supportive housing options for individuals with developmental disabilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rochefort for the committee.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 731 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides a limited license exemption for certain supportive housing options for individuals with disabilities located within a larger facility or apartment building. This legislation is based on the work of the committee to study the impact of the housing crisis on people with disabilities. An amendment has been adopted to clarify this effort, that this effort is not exempt from both state and local zoning and safety ordinances. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 731. Thank you, Madam President. May I speak to the bill? Thank you very much. I just wanted to note that this bill did come out of committee with an amendment, and the purpose of the amendment, we thought in committee, was to put some definitive guidelines around zoning for these facilities. After the committee took its vote and the bill left the committee, we were approached by a number of stakeholders, and what we thought was actually making things clearer could possibly lead to some unintended consequences. So I'm going to ask the Senate to vote down the committee amendment. I'll bring that work back next year and just vote ought to pass without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? If you're in favor of the committee amendment, you'll be saying aye. If you are not in favor, you're going to say no. So, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 731. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Thank you. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 71FN, an act prohibiting the use of facilities of public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States and relative to the Department of Health and Human Service contracts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 71FN ought to pass. HB 71 prohibits the use of facilities belonging to public schools or institutions of higher learning for the housing and sheltering of aliens as defined by the Immigration and Nationality Act. HB 71 does not prohibit activation of such facilities as temporary shelter for less than 72 hours amid a specified disaster, namely fires, floods, hurricanes, and other events declared disasters by state or federal authorities. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in finding HB 71FN ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President, and I request a roll call.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Gannon has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussions? I recognize Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on House Bill 71. I'll say plain and simply, there's no purpose or need for this type of legislation. The prime sponsor testified in the committee hearing when asked, could not name a single incident when examples of any of these situations had occurred in the state of New Hampshire, let alone in a school in the state of New Hampshire. She did, however, give two examples, one about a community center in Massachusetts and one about Logan Airport in Massachusetts. This bill's not dealing with Massachusetts. It's not dealing with community centers or airports. It's dealing with schools here in New Hampshire. I fail to see the reasoning behind it or the need for the legislation and believe that it can only be viewed as a solution in search of a problem which the prime sponsor failed to provide any evidence of. Thank you. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on the ought to pass motion.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 71. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 15-8. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred, House Bill 328 FN, an act establishing a charitable gaming oversight commission. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 328 ought to pass with amendment. This bill changes the membership and duties of the Charitable Gaming Oversight Commission and extends it by 10 years. The committee amendment makes certain changes to the voting membership of the commission. It stipulates that the chair and ranking member of both the Senate and the House Ways and Means Committee, or their designees who are also members of the Ways and Means Committee, be appointed. It also adds one member appointed by the Senate President, one member appointed by the Speaker of the House, and one public member appointed by the Governor. The committee amendment also changes the reporting dates of the commission to better align with the legislative bill filing periods. The Ways and Means Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 328. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Okay, we are at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 225 FN, an act relative to employment of military spouses in the event and involuntary deployment of service member. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment. The vote of 6-0. Senator Fenton for the committee.
Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Madam President. At the request of the National Guard Bureau, this bill will provide employment protection to spouses of military service members who are involuntarily mobilized in support of war, national emergency, or contingency operations. Under RSA 110C, similar protections are provided to National Guard members. Any individual's position would be held. However, an employer would not incur costs related to providing pay or benefits. The committee amendment clarified that it would be applicable to employers with over 50 or more individuals at the same location, and the employee count would not combine separate employers, even if there were common ownership. Further, it clarified that an employer is not required to reemploy an employee if they have certified their circumstances have changed. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move Amendment 2025-2086. And this amendment tightens things up just a little bit more and provides, I think, some relief for employers in certain situations. The amendment clarifies that at the completion of mobilization, the employee is required to submit a timely application for reemployment to his or her employer, and the employer may choose not to reemploy the employee if the employer certifies that circumstances have changed so as to make that reemployment impossible or unreasonable under the new circumstances. And employees that believe there's been a violation of this new statute will have a complaint process that they can work through with the Department of Labor. And finally, the amendment directs the Department of Labor to work through the rules process to set up that complaint process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2086. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 225. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading. The committee will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 276, an act establishing liquor license where beverages, wine, and liquor can be sold without food. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Is this me?
It's you, Senator Innes.
Boy, okay. I may need a moment here. Move to table? I'm sorry. It's been a long few days at home with illness running through the house. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
You know.
I move to lay House, okay, Senator Innes moves to lay House Bill 276 on the table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor, Senator Murphy?
Mr. President, I just want to know, I heard someone raise the question of conflict for me regarding this bill. I don't believe there is a conflict, but out of respect for the question and to not even bring up possibility of appearance of impropriety, I'll be absent from this, abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, just to recap, the motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 235, an act relative to amending the Educator Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to include responsibility to parents. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HB 235 ought to pass. This bill, it amends the Educator Code of Conduct to explicitly include responsibility to parents in addition to students as defined under RSA 193:3. The bill reinforces the partnership between educators and families in supporting student development. And Madam President, if I just may speak further, this is a very simple piece of legislation. All it does is, for the Code of Ethics, it adds responsibility to students and the parents, and that's it. And that's consistent with the actual Code of Ethics throughout that they have, that mentions parents several times. And I'll just read one quote from the Code of Ethics that already exists. And it says, "The Code of Ethics is designed to provide guidance to educators in the decision-making process involving their interactions with students, the school, community, colleagues, parents, and the public." So this policy is already reinforced inside the Code of Ethics already. This just puts it in statute at the front that grants the authority to make that the Code of Ethics. And I think it's a pretty fair, reasonable policy that educators, who are providing an education to students should provide the same, that ethical code that involves the kids should also apply to the parents as well. I don't believe that's an unreasonable ask. I think that's a good policy, and it seems that they're already doing that, and this just puts it in statute. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altschiller?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on House Bill 235. With any of these education bills, I think it's important that we level set. The primary importance is the students, their learning, their development, their well-being. That is what the current section of the Educator Code of Conduct prioritizes. It says educators have a primary responsibility to their students. That is how they are trained, and how we expect them to perform their jobs. And that is even how Commissioner Edelblut envisioned the code. In his foreword, he describes the code as a, quote, valuable tool for educational professionals who on a daily basis devote themselves to enhancing the lives of New Hampshire's most valuable resource, children. Adding "and parents" now dilutes the responsibility to our most valuable resource, and it raises far more questions than it answers. Does this now mean that educators have an equal responsibility to children and their parents? What happens in the cases when parents are not acting in the best interests of their child? What about cases of divorce and competing styles of parenting? Who then must the educator side with? The fact is, teachers already have a responsibility to the larger community, which includes parents. That's found under Section 510.03 of the Code of Conduct. Making this unnecessary change threatens to get in the way of the most important part of education, and that is the primary responsibility to the student, their learning, their development, their well-being. I urge my colleagues to vote against the ought to pass motion so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 235. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred House Bill 324 FN, an act relative to prohibiting obscene or harmful sexual materials in schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 324-FN ought to pass. HB 324 prohibits schools from providing materials deemed harmful to minors and requires the school boards to adopt complaint procedures for parents. It defines such materials, outlines an appeal process, and authorizes civil action for noncompliance. And if I may speak further on this,
You
Madam
may
President.
speak, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. The language used to define what is harmful to minors is it does mirror the language under the existing RSA for the criminal statute. Not word for word, but it's very similar language that's been used and interpreted many times over by the courts. But more importantly, this gives parents a clear procedure on how to handle something. If they see something in a part of the school library that they object to, there is a clear procedure for them to follow. And I think it's very clear in the type of materials it would apply to. It doesn't apply to political material. It's really dealing with obscene materials that would otherwise be inappropriate to show to a minor. And I think the material itself, it's up for the school board to make a decision. The parents get their day to present their complaint. I think this is a good policy. It also puts the school in the right position where they can review the material. Keep in mind, there's thousands and thousands of books in there, and I don't think it's realistic to assume that someone sits there and flips through every single page of every single book. So this sometimes brings awareness for everyone involved. It's a good policy. So please join me and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 2190. During committee, we heard a number of issues with the bill before us. The amendment aims to address one of them, and that is to protect taxpayers from bad actors. Currently, this bill allows anyone who claims to be aggrieved by the process to take the school or school district to court. That's quite broad and will invite bad actors to exploit this procedure and bog down our schools, taking resources away from your children and their education. Even more, there is provision for if the petitioner is successful, but there is no provision to protect taxpayers and guard against bad faith attempts. This amendment would change that. This issue is just one example, a small example of how this bill and the procedures it aims to establish are not well thought out. This bill is simply not ready for prime time, but this amendment would be a small tweak to protect local taxpayers. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this small change. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 324. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Coca. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rosenwald. Senator Birdsall would like to speak. And
For parliamentary inquiry?
okay, and Senator Waters wants to speak as well. Yes, please go on.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that this is already an established procedure in the law to recover court costs for frivolous lawsuits, and that this amendment would only add confusion by adding a second standard in the law, would I now vote no on this floor amendment? Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, we need to take a minute here. Senator Perkins Coca, did you want to offer a floor amendment?
Madam President, I just did. She did.
Okay, all right, I'm like cross purposes
It's all
here.
good. I just introduced my amendment, and I think that's what the roll
Okay,
call vote
I'm
would be
just
on.
trying to get caught up here.
No worries.
A lot of
Thank you,
papers
ma'am.
are flying around up here. Okay, so the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment number 2190. Senator Waters? Oh, okay. Are there any other members who would like to speak to the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Oh, excuse me, it was a roll call. Okay, we got to,
That's okay, I'm ready.
yeah, it's, okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort. No. Senator Lang. No. Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes. No. Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi. No. Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Nope.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The noes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. Okay, 8 to 15, excuse me. Okay. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. As we consider, I rise in opposition to House Bill 324. As we consider this new version of book banning, I think it's helpful to look back to the origins of such practices so that we understand the very concepts of what is obscene in this bill and also the concepts of what has salacious intent. And I want to talk about this because I think it helps us understand why in America religious and civil freedoms of conscience have become inseparable from First Amendment rights and access to printed materials. And really, from the very ordinance of New Hampshire, these issues were contested. Not long after the Pilgrims hopped off onto Plymouth Rock, or the Puritans docked in Boston, or Presbyterians in Salem, or up here, we had the Baptists, Anabaptists, Quakers, and all sorts of folks in New Hampshire, and controversy immediately erupted over what authority the state had to prosecute people or to ban books on the basis of religious or other ideas. One of the very first incidences of this involved New Hampshire in the cases of Roger Williams and John Wheelock. Roger Williams, who was a real free thinker and thought that once you had been redeemed, nobody could control your conscience and how you practiced your religion. He was booted out of Plymouth, went to Salem, booted out of Salem down to Rhode Island, and he publishes The Bloody Tenet of Persecution, which he lays out the first comprehensive argument in Western literature for freedom of speech and the ability to speak your mind, but also to read ideas that might be contrary to the controlling powers. And John Wheelock, who we know was the founder Exeter. You know, he escaped from jail in Boston in a blizzard and walked north. And why was he escaping? Because the Puritans had thrown into jail antinomians, so-called, like John Wheelock or like Anne Hutchinson, who had insisted that people ought to be able to speak their own conscience, and the state should not control that. And particularly, Wheelock and others believed that women should have control over their own bodies and also to be able to speak their own minds. I do want to mention, the history of book burning begins in 1651 with William Pynchon, who was the founder of Springfield, and Springfield's pretty far away from Boston, but not far enough, because he felt that once you had your own religious conscience, that you should not be punished by the state for having different ideas. His books were, yes.
What is your point of order?
A little beyond what the piece of legislation is. Book burning, we're not burning books. We're talking about harmful material to children.
If I may, Madam President.
Yes.
I think I'm speaking particularly to it because the very concept of which books are included in that are related to the ideas that I'm discussing about freedom of conscience and free speech. And I think it'd be very clear as to which particular sections of the bill that I'm directing these comments to. So I hope I can continue.
Please continue.
All right, thank you. And particularly in the case of William Pynchon, it was because this is the first time there was going to be a civil penalty as HB 324 envisions. Not just a banning of the removal of the books, but a civil penalty for it, which is a direct connection to this bill. I think more importantly to this bill is what happened in 1656 with the arrival of 3 Quaker women in Boston and books that they distributed, which were then also taken, banned, and burned. Now, why were books burned? Books were burned because witches were burned. That the body, the person who would promulgate such ideas, also needed to be punished. And in particular, the Quaker women believed that they had the right to speak, they had the right to read, they had the right to exercise their imaginations. And really, what these things, and I think relating to 324, is the impetus here is the fear of loss of control over women, over women's bodies, and over young people's sexuality. And really, the lesson from these early examples are, if you want to control bodies, you have to control books. And I think most compellingly for the case of House Bill 324 is what happened in Salem in 1692, because this was also begun by young women whose imaginations envisioned sexual activities that were seen as salacious or against good civil order, much like 324 imagined certain books as having that kind of impact. I want to mention something in jurisprudence here called spectral evidence, because Cotton Mather wrote a book, Wonders of the Invisible World, in which he argued that we could take into evidence against people what is imagined. So like House Bill 324, if one imagines that children might respond in a certain way to a book, that can be used as part of a civil penalty. And so when these people were executed, because spectral evidence of a young girl imagined an adult in the community consorting sexually with the devil, that imagination was seen to be real, could be introduced as evidence in court, and evidence why that person should be executed. A famous example then of freedom of speech being imperiled through this is when Robert Califf published in 1700 a book called More Wonders of the Invisible World, in which he criticized this kind of thinking and criticized in particular this kind of raging fear of women's imaginations and sexuality out of control. I think I can come a little bit more closely to our own times when I do think about one example of a kind of a book which I think would have been included in this ban. Some of you may have heard of Jonathan Edwards, the kind of creator of the Great Awakening in America and writing Origins of Sin, Freedom of the Will, the kind of foundational books of evangelical Protestantism. But he was kicked out of his parish in 1746 because he tried to prosecute young boys and girls who had in a barn a copy of Aristotle's masterpiece. This was claimed to be Aristotle's last great writing masterpiece. It's a birthing manual for midwives. It has all kinds of illustrations that might have salacious impact, as House Bill 324 fears, and he was kicked out of his parish. Or think of more recent times. What has been the impact of these kinds of activities? Efforts to prosecute and put in mental institutions subject to electroshock people who wrote or read gay or lesbian literature in the 1950s. Consider the brave lesbians in the Society of Bilitis who published, under the fear of those kinds of prosecutions, their magazines, or Tom of Finland with his erotic masculine gay drawings, subject to prosecution. Or now we have the works of Judy Blume or Jodi Picoult. So what's the lesson of all this history for House Bill 324? I think what it suggests is the damage to freedom, but it's also the threat to young people's imaginations and to their bodies, as surely the violence inflicted on those who may stray from puritanical regimes has not ended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbas has a question, or you wish to speak?
I'll ask a question, my friend from District 4.
Okay.
And thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me a book that would actually is being banned by this, if this bill were to become law? One single book, not many books, and any book.
Oh, I think almost
Just
maybe
one.
the Bible of art history. The art historical books, I think, could be banned under this. I certainly think the Bible could be banned under this. Song of Solomon, that erotic poetry. So I could go on, but we know some in other states have been banned. I mentioned Jodi Picoult, I mentioned Judy Blume.
And if I'll withdraw a follow-up, if I may speak, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Altschiller wishes to speak?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to speak against the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 324. 324 is an unpopular, it is anti-liberty, it hurts educators, and it usurps local control from our school boards. There are so many problems with this bill, but the core issue is simple. Our students deserve access to inclusive, comprehensive educational materials in school, free from censorship. New Hampshire has long held and deeply valued independent thinking, so it is no wonder that recent polling has shown that this bill is wildly unpopular with the electorate. The UNH Survey Center polled voters in March about this particular bill, and they found that 2/3 of voters disagree with the premise that the state should set policies about reading materials for all K-12 schools. Similarly, a vast majority do not support the prosecution of educators or school board members over board-approved textbooks or school library books. A solid majority, 56%, want to see those decisions made locally. Lastly, the poll showed that bills like this will affect how people vote in the next election. This polling and hearings on the bill have made abundantly clear to me, my constituents, and I hope this body, that Granite Staters do not want to see our educators face threats of criminalization for offering literature that only a small few in another district might disagree with, nor do they want this degree of government overreach into the classroom. This bill fails to define what constitutes inappropriate material, creating a vague standard that adds yet another burden onto our teachers. And this vagueness risks a chilling effect in our classrooms and opens the door for viewpoint discrimination. Fear of punishment and criminalization will result in self-censorship and a domino effect of books getting taken off the shelves once one single title is banned. With regard to this bill not putting political material up for challenge, that is simply not true. In Part 2, parenthesis 3, it says the material lacks serious literary, scientific, medical, artistic, or political value for minors. So yes, indeed, political thought can be challenged and pulled out of our schools. The 2024 data reported to the American Library Association's Office for Intellectual Freedom shows that the majority book censorship attempts are now originating from organized movements, not individuals. Pressure from advocacy groups and elected officials initiated 72% of the demands to censor books in schools and public libraries. Honestly, where does it end? One person's treasured book is another person's skip. House Bill 234 lacks guardrails to ensure objectivity. This raises serious concerns for the voices and perspectives that will be shut out from all of New Hampshire's schools because of just a few persistent voices, and that is not very democratic, nor does it honor local control. In recent years, books like Of Mice and Men, The Diary of a Young Girl by Anne Frank, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Bluest Eye have all been targeted by obscenity laws. Books that foster empathy, resiliency, and confront our history's most troubling moments through personal and diverse lenses. I have heard my colleagues describe this legislation as empowering to parents, saying it's not a book ban, but this bill would ban books. That makes it a book ban. This bill would ban books that certain people don't like. This bill would ban books for all students based on the politics of a few. It is a book ban. We already have laws in place to protect children from harmful materials in school libraries. This isn't that, not even a little bit. This is the roadmap with all signs pointing toward book bans. Freedom of expression protects our right to read, learn, and share ideas free from viewpoint-based censorship. The New Hampshire legislature shouldn't make misguided attempts to suppress that right by giving an open door to book banning. The School Library Association, the American Federation of Teachers, the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire, 603 Equality, representatives from the Dover School Board, an incredibly brave sexual assault survivor, and 1,367 other people who signed in, showed up, and sent us emails oppose this bill. Listen to them. Please listen to our constituents. I'm asking my colleagues to vote down this motion so a better motion may be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang has a question of...
From District 4, if you take it. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So I'm trying to get my hand around what the bill is doing, because part of the conversation is around book banning, and my understanding and reading is it's a process bill. So I guess my first question I have for you is, do you think it's appropriate to keep obscene and harmful materials out of the hands of minors? Do you think that's appropriate?
Thank you for your question. I'll give two answers, if I may. I think the problem is the premise here as to what those materials are, which is what I just tried to describe. And that what if we learn anything from history, is that these are concepts that are not inscribed somewhere, but are invented by a culture. And you look at some of the things here that are listed. I won't go into all the descriptive language here as to what kinds of parts of the human body might be considered this or that, or what is sexual conduct, and you have all the things in there as well. But why would those things necessarily, in and of themselves, be considered to be salacious, inappropriate, or obscene? And I think that, to me, what the root of it is that we know that, that all people develop their sexuality, and there's a great divergence in that. I would trust parents to be able to decide what their children might want to have or to read and have conversations about that. But the problem with this bill is that it lets one parent with a complaint and with the force of law behind them prevent all other parents and children from making those decisions. So look, I know I may not be actually, I mean, do I want to, kids to be inappropriately exposed to obscene things? Well, I certainly didn't want my son to be, and so on and so forth. But, we made family decisions about what that was. And I will say, too, that, I'll say be personal for a moment. Our child is gay, right? And this is pretty clear from pretty early on. And so that, what is it that I was going to be trying to prevent him from exploring or understanding through art, literature, dance, or whatever, that would have damaged I really think seriously it damaged his upbringing. It was a conversation of parents and child. Whereas here, it's like nobody, no parent, no child, if somebody complains, can see it. So I'm sorry to go on so long, but it's an important question. It is.
Follow up, Madam Chair? Thank you very much. So again, though, this bill doesn't ban a single book. It establishes a process, if I understand it right, it establishes a process that if a parent sees what they believe to be obscene or harmful material to a child, to bring it to the attention of the school board and have that process followed. And the school board determines no, then it's no. If the school board determines yes, then it's yes. They may not be aware. Isn't that what this does? It just establishes a process of review to allow school boards. No parent says, I want that out and it's automatically removed, but my understanding is it establishes a review process that has to go through the principal and then from the principal to the school board, have a process so that it could be determined whether it's harmful or obscene, especially given an individual age group, that it may be fine for a high schooler but not okay in the fourth grade classroom. And it will allow the school board to make that determination.
Thanks for the question. And I think you get to the heart of what's wrong with the bill, because the criteria by which that process will be guided, I think is really wrong, violates free speech, violates the right of certain parents to have access and their children have access to materials, because the criteria set up under the bill and definitions would hamstring that process. And secondly, may I add that we just voted to have elected school boards, all right? And if you don't think this is going to be the cause for campaigns and partisan elections, I don't know what will. So I think it's just best, please let's not go there.
One last question, Madam Chair, if I may. So I'm still struggling with the idea of, and I'm trying to get a clarification from you. If a school board is made aware of obscene material that's in the school and there's no process for it to happen, then doesn't the parent get disenfranchised that has the problem? That those parents are just ignored if they have an issue that says, we think this is obscene, especially for a fourth grader, a third grader, a second grader. Don't you think there should be some process, especially a statewide process, so all children and all materials treated the same, that schools establish a policy for review? Isn't that a reasonable ask?
Thank you. It would be reasonable if it didn't have, I'm not going to read all the definitions and criteria in here because some might find it obscene, okay? But see, this is just what you're circumventing in this. And I will also remind everybody, we have 18-year-olds in those schools, okay? So we're going to have a separate room in the library. Here are the banned books, everybody. Once you hit 18, here's your library card. I think it's so damaging. Because the process, I think, has been corrupted by the conceptualization, which is why I tried to lay out what has happened in the past when we've done these things. And it's why, Thomas Jefferson had a copy of that More Wonders of the Invisible World in his library when he was helping to write the Second Amendment. He knew what the history was of trying to abridge free speech, print, and so forth. And that's why did he found the University of Virginia, okay? He knew what happened if we started to pass laws like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Sullivan to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So the first question that I have for this body is, how did we get here? How are we in a place where we are debating protecting children? Most of the bills that we have had before us this session talk to parental rights and the protections of children. And I think we really need to evaluate why that is what's coming before us repeatedly. Even the last bill that we had, we're talking about parents and parental control. These are children who belong to a family. They don't belong to the school district. Parents don't lose their rights when they say, okay, please educate my child. And until very recently, parents were partners. They were the third leg of that stool of education: the child, the parent, the teacher. And parents have been left out of that conversation, which is why our constituents are coming to us and demanding these bills. The things that we heard in committee aren't, I'm sorry, to my colleague in District 4, we're not talking about A Midsummer Night's Dream or some poetry that has some innuendos in it. We're talking about flat out pornography and things that if I, as a regular citizen, handed to a child, I could be arrested for. And this is why it has escalated to the point where our constituents are saying we need something done. We're kept on the outside. And again, we're not talking about banning books or burning books, and we're not talking about keeping any materials out of the hands of adults. We are talking about children who are in an environment to learn, strictly to learn. If they are 18 years old and they want other materials, the public library is of course open to them. And I did speak with our public librarians about this, and we discussed the difference. And the difference is, in a public library, there is a children's section, and then there are other sections that are denoted by what we would consider adult material, historical material, whatever. It's all laid out that way. In a library, in a school, it is just not laid out that way, and there's less control for the teachers to know what's on the shelves, and some of these books just come in and they look like they're okay from the outside. You know, judge a book by its cover, but what's inside is very harmful. And we did hear from a young woman, a very brave young woman, that came to us and talked about some of these books, and she did say that she was sexually assaulted and she saw herself in these books. Right after, we had a person who does counseling for a living and deals with not only sexual predators, but also sexual assault victims, who said that is very dangerous and harmful for students that have had these situations, reading about these things in these pages, because they are reliving the victimization and they're seeing themselves being harmed all over again. It is time that we as a body come together and support families, support parental rights to protect their children and provide guardrails for them, and above all, to protect the children of this state. I ask you to support this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsall has a question of
the good senator from District 18.
You may ask a question.
Subtract one. So my understanding is this piece of legislation just puts in a process of how parents can go and request information on objectionable material, correct?
That is correct. Just like any other course material that we have standards for in our law. Parents have the right to look at the materials and make a decision for their children. If they find something objectionable in the library, they can then have a process to bring it before the school board, who makes the final decision.
Follow up? So do you believe that parents should have the capability of seeing a clear procedure as to looking at objectionable material for their children?
100%.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Senator Fenton has a question of?
District 24.
You may ask your question.
Thank you. I just heard, we're not here to ban Midsummer's Night's Dream. However, William Shakespeare's literature contains significant amounts of sexual references and innuendos. So wouldn't that, under this provisions, be interpreted that we could be banning Shakespeare?
Thank you for the question, Senator. If one parent or not even a parent, because we're opening it up to anybody, objects to the material in a piece of literature or in a school library, they can get that removed from all the school libraries. So if one particular school is inundated with some of these advocacy groups that have a long, long list of books they would like banned, then we can see library shelves start to empty pretty quickly. I just want to add that this book banning bill is also criminalizing our teachers and educators, and that is not what we should be doing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The bill is still on second reading. Senator Ricciardi would like to speak.
Madam President, how we got here is shocking to me. This bill is not about banning books. I don't believe anybody in this chamber wants to burn a book. I really don't. And why we got here, why we have to put in this policy for procedure, is because I had many constituents throughout my district that were going to their school board meetings and reading the books in their young minor children's schools to the school board, and were told, no, you can't, that's pornographic, you can't read that here in the school board. And that's how we got here. The parents weren't able to keep certain books. When I say certain books, let's get the elephant out of the room, because we're not talking about Shakespeare here. We are talking about, listen, all people should be represented. You know, if you want to have a book, 2 moms, 2 dads, great. But when you have gender queer in a second grader's school and it's got pornographic drawings and the parents find that and they go to their school board and they read excerpts from it, that's a problem. So all this bill does is give the parents an opportunity to have a say in what their children are reading. This wouldn't have happened if that type of material was not there. I have teachers all the way up in my district in Hinsdale calling me, telling me that they don't know what to do and they're frustrated because of these types of books. So this is not a ban on classics, it's not a ban on Shakespeare, and it's for young minor children. Young minor children. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Madam President, when I took this bill out to introduce it to the chamber, I was surprised at what I've heard so far, where people are saying Shakespeare, the Bible, they're naming these books by title. I'll be honest, there's a standard that would apply, and you have to satisfy all 4 of them, not one, not all of them, in order for the book to be considered by this is what the school board's now going to look at if they want to take that book off the shelf, which, by the way, under the existing law would fall under pornography, which is already a crime, so we're basically creating a civil procedure as well if the school doesn't do anything about it because they left a pornography in the library for minors to look at, which is a crime. It's a sex crime, might I add. So the Bible will not be banned, and if you look at the criteria, the third one is the material lacks serious literary, scientific, medical, artistic, or political value. So no political books will be banned based on what position they took on a topic. As you can see there, if it's a book on politics, it does not fall under this criteria. Simple as that. Shakespeare, you're there to stay. I wasn't always a fan of Shakespeare, but his books are staying. Simple as that. Even if it depicts something that you may think is inappropriate material for a minor, it's not going to fall under this unless it lacks that scientific, the literary value. You need all of those elements. The other one you have to keep in mind is it takes as a whole predominantly appeals to the prudent, shameful, morbid interests of minors. It depicts and describes nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement in a manner that is patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community. Listen, this language came from the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So if you want to challenge this on vagueness, you'll go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Yes, there's different judges on there now, but that's where it came from. It's very clear that is similar language used in other states to describe pornography. That's what we're talking about. And I'll be honest with you. If you want to file a complaint as a parent on a William Shakespeare book, I mean, technically you can. It's not going anywhere because it's a book that it has literary value. For example, the movie American Beauty, that's the one that we studied when I was in law school. And there was this, it doesn't depict child pornography. Want to know why? It won Best Picture. It had artistic value, literary value. So that if you had the book in the library, it would make the cut. So this book banning and talking about Salem witch trials and people being executed, I'm not sure how we got there, but no, it's banned. A Hustler magazine, something that's showing minors engaged in intercourse. That is patently offensive. That is what is being banned, okay? If the school board finds it is harmful to minors. And keep in mind, you have to go before the school board, present it to the school board, and then they have to make that determination. And the remedy you have is if the school doesn't want to hold a hearing, and they don't comply with this law, then you can go to court. That's what this does. Nothing is banned. The Bible's not banned. Shakespeare's there to stay. To Kill a Mockingbird can stay. They're all there to stay. So let's just do a better job of, when you look at this, let the public understand, no books are being banned under this. Understand that. Thank you, Madam President. So join me.
Thank you, Senator.
Ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altshuler has a question of...
Thank you, Madam President. A question from my colleague from District 22. 22.
Okay.
I haven't read every Shakespeare book, so maybe some will. I don't know.
You're in for a treat. So with regard to, if you'll indulge, two questions. I think we were both at this hearing, and I don't recall hearing any testimony nor receiving any correspondence informing us that there are Hustler magazines for circulation in any school. So is that perhaps a little bit hyperbolic? Or did you hear something that I didn't hear?
I was trying to provide everyone a clear example of what pornography is, what is a lewd material, and what would be inappropriate to show to a minor. Simply putting that, because it has a scene in a picture of nudity in and of itself won't amount to pornography. But no one came in to complain about a Hustler magazine being in the school library.
May I follow up?
Yes.
No one complained about Shakespeare either, by the way.
Okay, so within the bill itself, and I'm specifically referring to Section 2, Part 2, the second line describes the material as being harmful to minors when it offends the prevailing standards in the adult community with respect to what is suitable for minors. So whose community are we going to use as the standard? Is it Salem? Is it Exeter? Is it Colebrook? Is it Laconia? Is it Keene? Whose community is going to be the prevailing standards in the adult community? Because this is a statewide application. So which community?
So I've dealt with this in my own professional practice. When you're talking about the community standards, it's where the offense would have, you claim it's occurred. But that is the language that the Supreme Court used. And I'm pretty sure if you find your way in court, they'll do a way better job explaining it than me. But if you're in Rockingham County, it's safe to say it's in that part of the area, Rockingham County. That's how they generally provide it. I understand that from a practical sense, doesn't always make sense if you're on the border, like where I am from Salem. But they describe it that way, that in the part of the state that you live in. But there's no defined territorial border. But that's why it's only one of the four elements.
May I follow up, Madam Chair? So, and I thank you for bringing up Salem and Rockingham County as a whole.
Which board is this?
Rockingham County, because the standards in Rockingham County might be very, very different than Grafton County, but this bill doesn't segregate by county. It's an entire bill. And so we would have to take the entire state's adult community, when currently right now, I believe your town has one of the gold standards of procedures for removing books or challenging books. And instead of leading, why would you want to enforce I'm trying to ask you the question, why?
Sorry.
We started with the why. Why would you want to force an entire state policy when there are individual towns who are doing really great at this and can lead other towns to be able to make their own local decisions about this?
So I think, I'm not sure I remember every word you just said because it was long.
Why?
But what I can say is, in response to that, is if you have to meet your burden of proof, I know that for something, when it comes to what is the standard in a community, it may even require expert testimony depending where you are, if you're in the court, not at the school board hearing. But in regards to why having this be a policy adopted throughout the state, I think if there's, whether it's one town, 2 towns, or 10, it should never happen where there is a lewd material that falls under the definition of pornography in a school library. So one time is one too many. And if it's happening, it should never happen anywhere. If it happens once, that's one too many. It should never happen again. I think this puts a clear standard, so if it hasn't happened yet, they know in advance to not let it happen. And I also think it's important for the parents who want to bring these complaints that there's a clear procedure to follow that's very clear and concise on what you should do if you have an objection, as opposed to calling the superintendent or sending these emails out or going all these different directions. It's a clear procedure. I think that's the best way to do it, and I think that puts the school and the parents and everyone in the best position to deal with any concerns they have.
Thank you.
Senator Birdsall? Okay, there's been a request to move the question. Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 324. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Abbas. Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Is everybody there?
I think so, yes.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard is excused. Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altshuler?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. And the bill is ordered to third reading. Senator Innes?
Please.
Okay, the Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 67 FNA, an act relative to agreements with the Secretary of State for the use of accessible voting systems. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 67 ought to pass. And in brevity, I'm going to skip the remarks that are in there. This provides for accessible voting machines in the town elections.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Gray.
I move Amendment 2068S.
You may speak to your amendment.
This amendment, the bill as amended is actually correct, but it caused a lot of controversy with the various clerks around the state. So this simplifies the wording in there about when the pilot program ends and things. So I hope everyone will support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Rosenwald has a question of
the senator from District 6.
Senator Gray.
Thank you. So I got a panicked call this morning from the Nashua City Clerk, who said, it looks like the pilot's being repealed at the end of June, but the cities all have elections in November. Will this floor amendment extend the pilot until the end of December?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on floor amendment 2068? Okay. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment number 2068. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 67. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 151, an act relative to the term for supervisors of the checklist. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rochefort for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Okay. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The committee will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 118, an act repealing certain committees and commissions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 118 repeals various committees and commissions and removes the House and Senate members of the Advisory Council on Child Care. The committee amendment removes the repeal of the Advisory Council and the education of children who are deaf or hard of hearing. The amendment also changes membership term limits for the New Hampshire Rare Disease Advisory Council.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. Real quickly, I want to encourage everybody to support the committee amendment. There is a floor amendment that's coming too. I just don't want there to be any confusion. So support the committee amendment, and then I would encourage you to support the floor amendment as well, but we'll take that up when we get there. Thank you.
The bill is, again, still on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Perkins-Coker.
President, I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 2186S. It's a very simple amendment. As many of you know, the Housing Champions program is something I'm very proud of. The bill would have otherwise repealed the Housing Champions Advisory Board, which plays an important purpose in the rulemaking. I worked with the Bureau of Economic Affairs, and there's still support this staying in place. So if you wouldn't mind voting for this amendment, this will leave Housing Champions alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 2186. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 118. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 616 FN, an act relative to the confiscation of animals from persons suspected of or charged with abuse of animals, establishing a committee to study the animal cruelty statute. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 5-0, Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to table.
To lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted, and House Bill 616 is laid on the table. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 649 FN, an act removing the requirement for physical safety inspections and onboard diagnostic tests for passenger vehicles and eliminating funding for the Motor Vehicle Air Pollution Abatement Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill has no recommendation by a vote of 3-3. Senator McHugh for the committee.
At this point, I need to announce that Senator Fenton has recused himself. Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to make a motion to re-refer this bill, much to my dismay, but it's not yet ready. Senator from District 4 informed me just a moment ago that DES still has some concerns with the language, and I respect that. There are some other issues that we really need to get after, and I think it's better to re-refer it at this point and revisit it when we come back.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. The motion, prevailing motion, is to re-refer to the committee. Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. As you might have noticed, I had expected to get up and speak on this bill and move ought to pass. I think everyone watching expected the exact same thing. After months of work on this, many stakeholders, countless thousands of emails to just me, we all expected an ought to pass motion on this and real progress down the road to relieve our constituents of this annual inspection problem that hurts some of the most economically disadvantaged constituents. This ongoing yearly parade into the mechanic to try to trace your check engine light, otherwise known as the onboard diagnostic light. We've all heard about it. We've heard about it for months now. As introduced, this bill would remove the requirement for physical safety inspections and onboard diagnostic tests in passenger vehicles. It would have safely kept the school buses being examined every 6 months, which we all agree is a really good idea. During the public hearing, the Commerce Committee heard considerable testimony from constituents pleading for change, telling us story after story how they were faced with thousands of dollars of bills that they just couldn't afford. No way to buy another vehicle or trace down that pesky electronic indicator on the dashboard. If we made these changes, New Hampshire would not be an outlier because, fewer than 15 states have an annual or even a biannual safety inspection. Some states do it every other year. Some states have a mileage requirement. There's a lot of different ways to handle it. So perhaps we do need to examine it a little further, and the committee will do that. But we had, and we have, some great options on the table right now. So maybe, just maybe, this legislature will act before we recess this year. There's still some opportunities. I suspect we'll all get a lot more emails and phone calls on this. Finance has yet to meet, the budget isn't decided, and to use my favorite pun, there's a number of vehicles that could be closely inspected to once and for all fix this problem. I just want to remind you that when you look at the data, there's no direct causal relationship that can be shown between mandatory inspections and motor vehicle safety. Often vehicles fail the yearly inspection process as a result of those onboard diagnostic issues, and they're some of the most expensive things to fix. There's overlapping systems and very complex vehicle software. Hundreds of failure codes can be given. So hours are spent, and we all know the most expensive part of that diagnostic process is the labor. Right? Some people just simply don't have the means to cover that expense or buy another vehicle. We owe it to them to fix this problem. We've inspected it and inspected it. It's time to fix it. The time is now to get it fixed. So if we re-refer it, let's be mindful of what our constituents are saying. They want some action now. They want it from this body. We heard it from the other body. It's time to get it done. So for these reasons, I am against this re-refer. I prefer a more positive motion of ought to pass. I respect that there is will to keep working on it. I commit to keep working on it. I hope the rest of the body will do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pearl wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a lot of challenging bills that face us in the legislature, and this is certainly probably one of the biggest ones we've had this year. As my colleague mentioned, we've had a lot of communication on this bill, a lot of outreach from our constituents and from advocates on both sides of this issue. It's a challenge for us. But when a bill isn't ready, a bill isn't ready. And that's the hard part. And we have to sometimes make that tough decision to slow things down just a little bit, be really thoughtful and pensive in our thoughts and actions, and we have to. It's a disappointment to me as well. I was really looking forward to see some form of this bill move forward, but we're not there. We're not ready. We don't have agreement within the 24 of us in this room that there's a best path forward. So I think, as much as it pains me, I will support the re-refer because I know that there's a commitment from the chair and from every one of us in this room to really look at this issue and address it with the thought and care that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is to re-refer the bill back to the committee. Are you ready for the vote? A roll call has been requested by Senator McHugh. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Murphy. Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Oh, he can't vote?
Recused, right?
He's
Sorry.
recused.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The motion of re-refer to committee passes by a vote of 19-3. And House Bill 649 is referred back to judiciary. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Yep. Okay, I would like to announce that the Judiciary Committee is going to be meeting at 3:30. Okay, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purpose of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.